Checking audio. 1, 2, 3. Okay, seems like we're good. We're live. Everything's working. So we can get started. Alright, just pulling things together here. Looking at where we're at. Today, the 12th. Tasks. And notes. Let's take a look where we're at. Basically that. This is our task list. I don't think those will take us very long. So we probably have time for that. And then we'll see how much time is left. I think we are in the very last days of streaming this stuff. Next week. Next week we'll run our optimizations. Then these will trickle in. I've got to wrap up website stuff, whip up a trailer, get new. I'll have to re-upload a bunch of images. Not a bunch, but like update screenshots with latest art. There's just some Steam things there. This is the size optimization stuff we're going to take a look at. Post-mortem will be fun. I also want to do a time-lapse video. Those are like post stuff. Let's bring this all in to our main to-do, because this is it. This is the end of all things. Awesome. Okay. Okay. So just some notes for ourselves. Okay. Oh, I think that's it. I think we're ready to start the day. Hill was not working sometimes. I suspect it's a memory alignment issue that only pops up if I go for a long time without doing a clean. So some of our object files have memory sizes that don't match the current memory sizes. And when that happens, then data is not where you expect, and so forth. So I suspect that that's not a real bug, but we will test it anyways. Yeah, so let's get started. We are going to start with a clean and build. I'm just going to do a full up clean while we get warmed up for the day. Getting our beverage of the day poured. So last night, I made a batch of panucci. Panucci is a non-chocolate fudge. It's a brown sugar fudge, actually. And it's very tasty. But it's also very, very sensitive. If you do it wrong, the sugars will crystallize and form little grainy granules, and if you do it really wrong, then those just like it just falls apart into powder. If you do it right, it's perfectly smooth and creamy, and it just melts in your mouth, and it's delicious. Well, I've tried several things throughout the years to get it more and more consistent, and it's just not worked out. Some years it turns out great, other years it is not so great. So I found one new idea to try this year. So there's all sorts of theories and ideas, right? So for example, one of the things I've started doing is let's see here, you put cream and sugar and you boil it, right? And you use brown sugar and white sugar, more brown than white, so it's less refined sugar. But that's all just sucrose, really. So what you do is what I started doing was I started adding like 2 tablespoons of corn syrup, which is a different kind of sugar. It's a fructose molecule. And the idea is that the chains of sucrose can't form crystals if they're interrupted by other sugar molecules, right? Maybe that makes some difference. So you're not adding a lot of corn syrup, but you're adding a little bit, just enough to hopefully break that up. Another thing I started trying was thermal shock. You cook it up to a certain temperature where the fudge, it's fudge because the molecules are all misaligned, and it makes it give that creamy, buttery feel, even though there's no butter in it, just cream. Anyway, and so you heat it up till those molecules are all very active, and then you cool it quickly. So you thermal shock it, you cool it fast, so those molecules don't have time to realign and form those crystalline structures. They cool fast enough that they get stuck in those odd positions. So that's another thing I started trying this year. I heard that what you're supposed to do is get like a damp brush or something and brush the sugar crystals off the side of the pot while you're cooking, so that they don't have time to form. They get back down into the pot and cook, so that those crystals don't form. Because what you're afraid of is getting some little seed crystals off the side of the pot. Then you stir the bejeebus out of it. And I did all 3 of those things, and sure enough, no crystals formed. It tastes great, but I think the humidity was too high, and me brushing the sides off introduced a little bit of water to the candy. And so the temperatures for softball weren't actually hot enough. I think I needed to go a few degrees hotter. So instead of getting a nice fudge, it's more like a thick, I don't know, it's not that liquidy, but it's not fully set either. It flows just a little bit. And that makes me sad, so I'll probably have to make another batch tonight. But it does taste good. So this is not what it looks like in real life, but it's the right color. So it's this tan color of caramelized brown sugars with cream. So I'll be having some of that with my mate. It tastes good, but the texture's wrong. So many variables with candies. I've gotten pretty good with my caramel. But Panucci still, I can't get a consistent batch from year to year. But if you get it right, you take some caramel and you roll it out flatter. You roll it out pretty thin, and then you put the Panucci on top of it, and you roll it up. You make what are called caramel Panucci logs. Oh, so good. We only make them once a year for Christmas. A lot of work. It takes between, I don't know, 2 and 4 hours to make your caramel, depending on environmental factors and how hot you run it. The Panucci takes maybe an hour to cook, but then sometimes the stirring takes forever. You have to wait until it sets. That can take a while and cool. So you're looking at probably 2 to 3 hours for the Panucci. Then you have to form the logs. That probably takes me another hour. But it's really good. All that weight I lost over the summer, I'm gaining some of it back this December. Build's just about done. Okay, so we're going to test our cheating fill function. Because it wasn't working right the other day. Well, it's been a little while since we've used it. But it was saying we lost, even though we still had a bookshelf empty. So we have the one fill which just fills in the standard words that I typically use, but if we start with anything else, like great, doesn't matter, and then we fill, it broke. That's awkward. It picked a bunch of words and then failed. This is not part of the core game loop, but yikes. Earth, and then fill is working fine now. That's awkward. Oh, unless we won on accident. That would actually explain a lot. So what is it? Chomp. Do it again. So I think what's happening is the times where it goes off, it's because it accidentally, oh, I have a texture issue. That's probably right. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so we need to fix our book numbers. Let's see. Journal. Book set number is wrong. Okay. So let's write our notes for that investigation. Issues with fill. 1. Memory alignment issues can cause problems. Try, clean, and rebuild. So not major enough for me to want to fix anything along those lines. Another issue can be if the word typed by fill is the answer, then things go bad. So we can fix this one. We can say, if you're going to type a word in, check to see if it's the answer. So let's go look at the fill function. And I don't really need it. is a list of words that I just typically use because they're useful. Hmm. Let me just skip. Let's take a look at word library. Is selected word. So before we type it, words at index. If word library is selected word this thing, then we skip. So we just need to say if it's not the selected word. This might end up a word short, but arguably that's better. That should fix it. In theory. Oh, right. Because word. I think that'll do it. Yeah, because if you look up here, it must have got lucky. Stodgy must have been the word. So now we fill off of this list. Rows. So we're running fill off of the pre-generated list. All we really need actually, let me think about this. We only ever can fill 19, but we contain 5 by 4, so we have enough. So skipping one will never actually fail short. This one, however. So if they are equal, we just do minus minus index. Let's say we need to fill in a new word. We can even log note skipped. Because it is the answer. That way at least we have a notion of what's going on. In this case, it's words subindex. And in this case, it is just the word. Let's see if we can get those to show up at all in order to print out. Just to see just so we have verification that it's doing what we think it's doing. Again, this fill routine is not part of the core game loop, but I'd rather not be surprised and not understand a bug with the cheating as opposed to a bug with the game. So plenty of reason to do it, and it's a simple fix. It looks like. All right, marathon. So basically, if we see the word Earth in this slot, and then whatever words before that, means that we had to skip a word. But we should also see it in the console. It does not look like it logged any of that. So okay. We're just going to do a bunch of fills and see if anything happens. That book index needs to be fixed. Because I removed the unused ones. Yeah, we've got to go fix that bookshelf thing. And that's my word, cheat. And fix these books. They're gonna bother me. Bookshelf. See films. I am doing great. How are you doing? I am doing great as well. We are doing the last loose ends and bug fixes for the game. Next week we'll do some optimizations, which is the fun part. So we are very close to being in a release state for this thing. I'll have to make a trailer and build up a little website, but it's going to be very static and yeah. But it's all part of the plan. Set texture, set UV. So yeah, we're doing great. We're doing good. I've not watched any of the movies yet. I just don't have time. I'm not really watch enough movies, I think, to what'd you listen to? Okay. But it is on my list. I still have that list of movies ready to watch. Yeah, we're just last little bug fixes, last little tidying up. And then we're gonna call it done. Before we completely rework all of our asset loading. So that'll be fun. I'm sure that's gonna break a few things. Okay. If we're in an even or an odd. So we basically have two book sets. That's kind of the thing here. You know what? There's only 10 of them. We could hard code this. Why don't we just hard code this? This is probably the easiest thing to do. It's just, they're all gonna get a texture. They'll get the same texture. Then dot set UV to book set 1. And 2. Here's the fun part. We then swap it. So 2, or this is actually 3 and 2, like that. That's it. 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9. I could think through the math, but I honestly don't know if it's worth it at this point. Okay, we failed to put dots. Pretty clever of us. Yeah, next week's optimization. I like optimization. That's my fun. That's the interesting programming problems. Okay, so we run this. If we pop into practice mode, we'll see what all the books look like. Interesting. Interesting. Well. Do layout, book sets. Because of this thing. Okay, actually, we're gonna change the way we do this. Ready? Alright, XYZ. We're just gonna bookmark that. Up here, we're gonna say set everything. Then we're just gonna put image. They will already have their sizes set for us. Easy. Then in XYZ, we don't have to do this or set the rectangle. We just move to this. X and Y. Delete everything else. And we can actually simplify this better. There we go. Simple. Hillside Kangaroo, hey, how's it going? How's it going? We just put a dot in there. I think my keyboard is on the fritz. I hit keys, and it isn't registered. I think I've worn out my Control and Alt keys because of Emacs. And like Control, actually a lot of my, let's see here, what is it, ASD, X, C, and L have no text written on them anymore. They're blank keys because I rubbed them off. Might be a sign that I need to get a new keyboard. Book set H. That is just okay. Extra quad book set. All right, we'll go back to the way we were because we need 2 references to this guy. Book set dot height. There we go. For me, that's just my mouse every 5 months or so. Yeah, I'm doing all right though. I got Linux building and linking. Good. Runtime errors. Ooh, yeah, those brutal. Brutal. I don't know, my latest mouse has been pretty good, but it like came free with my machine. I would never spend much on a mouse or a keyboard. If I knew there was a good keyboard that had, multiple, like million keystroke life cycle and was a full-size keyboard and didn't have a lot of bells and whistles and features that are going to screw it up, I might spend some more money on it, but every time I look at them, I just get depressed. Because they have all the features I don't want, and they won't tell you what the key life cycle looks like, response times, multi-key functionality. Anyway, I would spend more on mouse and keyboard if I was sure I was getting the features I wanted. But I can't be bothered to do that research. It's too complicated. Now we get all the books on the bookshelf. There we go. Yeah, okay, that's better. That fixes that one. When we get more images, we'll square that away. So that's done. For UV index offsets. There we go. I think this investigation is good, but I'd like to get one printout on the console, if I can, of that thing happening. We could force it to happen. We could code in the condition. Wow, this is an interesting word. Lots of zeros here. Okay. I think we need to just manufacture it. While I'm thinking about it. Upgrade eraser art. That's the kind of thing, like updating artwork, nobody wants to see me do that, so. All right, let's go manufacture this. I'm gonna do a stir copy into words 4. So prime lunch toads will show up, but not ultra. This is the plan here. Bird library. Selected word. So that's 1. Heyo, Reggie1660, how you doing? How you doing? Welcome, thanks for the follow. What do you think of blank lines at end of code files? As long as it's one, I don't care. 0 or 1 blank line at the end of the file. That's my opinion. I believe I have Emacs right now set to trim trailing white space and only allow 1 blank line at the end of the file. On save. Else I Kangaroo, yeah, same. I spent a bunch of money on my first keyboard and mouse and they broke so quick. Yep, just go to Target, get the keyboard and mouse, and that's it. Yeah. Well, and I don't want wireless. I don't know why everybody wants everything to be wireless. I want it plugged in. I don't want to have to go hunt for batteries. Oh, Reggie, how am I doing? I'm doing good. How are you doing? We are building a game with no game engine from scratch, minimal dependencies. I think we've got 4 or 5 dependencies, depending on how you want to count it. The game is done. We're tidying up some last-minute bugs and feature fixes. Then next week we will optimize for space. I also don't like wireless stuff. Yeah, I know. All right, what's up with that? Why does everybody keep pushing wireless? I don't get it. Let's see, working on my C-Films web code, maintainability, readability. Good, good. You gotta go back and clean up once in a while. It's all that accrued technical debt garbage that builds up over time that makes it no fun to work on. Small cleanups now and then, good stuff. Else I Kangaroo. I gotta disagree. I hate getting tangled in wires. Well, it's fun to have options. I imagine there are situations where you want wireless, and there are situations where you don't want wireless. But the way that I work, I like the wires. It's more reliable. No batteries. Like when a mouse or a keyboard starts losing its batteries, like it just starts dropping packets, and I hate that feeling. So for me, it's wired. I prefer the wired. Maybe I'm just too old and too crotchety. Anyways, we got to test this fix. We're gonna fake in the word index. What do I have? Selected index. I do have selected word index. I'm gonna cheat once here. If index equals, I don't know, 13. And our word index equals word library selected word index. That should force both of those conditions to trigger. Hey Reggie, I started using Emacs again for like 2 weeks ago. Nice. Yep, I've been using Emacs since college. We had to submit our programs. We had to submit our programs onto the Linux Sunsol machines. So you'd build it at home, make it all work, blah, blah, blah. Oh, equals, my bad. Like I said, I think my keyboard's on the fritz. But we had to submit on the Sunsol machine, so yeah, but I don't want to recharge it. I don't want to have to maintain my keyboard and mouse. I want it to just work. Anyway, so we'd submit onto the Sunsol machine. We'd what would we do? We just SCP it over, I guess. Then build it there, and then you of course you have to debug. So I figured you had to learn either Vim or Emacs, and I picked one. And I'm not sorry. Emacs works great. Steep learning chart. Steep learning learning curve, but worth it. What do you think of rechargeable mice? I don't want batteries in my mice. I don't want batteries in things that I don't need to be mobile. When I code, I'm sitting down at a computer. And the cables are just more reliable, less interruptions. The fewer times I have to context switch to worry about a battery, the better. So in theory, when I click fill, it's going to crash because it's not happy with me. Okay. We're going to cheat. I'm going to take out Ultra and put word library selected word. And do that. Not select word, selected word. I thought I fixed that. Did I not actually type it in? Equals. Oh, there we go. Index equals. I use VS Code. Oh no, not VS Code. I was starting to go NeoVim working on Linux, but I got overwhelmed, so I just settled on VS Code. Yeah, unfortunately, it does seem to be the lowest common denominator, but if you ever have to like SSH into some other machine and work on it, it's just, I think Emacs is better for that. Everything has Vim on it, so I mean, it's a reasonable choice. I don't really care which one, but people should learn one or the other if they're serious. The learning curve is brutal, I'm not gonna lie. These were not written by modern usability experts, that's for sure. But once you train it in, there are things it does that are just great. All right, so now when we click fill, we don't get Ultra, it skipped it. That is the answer, so if we cheat, it better be the same. It is. Okay. We'll play one more round. This time we'll trigger the other code path here. We'll say great, and then fill. Oh, I know what's going on. This is unfortunate. Because this. Because we're saying if the index is 13, we're going to fake it. Then we back up. So maybe we just do... I mean, it worked up here, so it's probably good enough. This is not ever actually shipped as part of the game. This is just for me to debug, but I do want to know the difference between a bug in my cheating as opposed to a bug in the game. So I think that fixed that on this code branch. And in this branch, we're doing the same thing. So I don't see a problem here. I think we're good there. Journal. Fix that bug. Replay. Yeah, replay needs to get fixed. I think that's the next thing. In fill, it now checks if the word to be submitted is the answer. If so, skip that word. Easy. Change the book set UV handling. Now more hard coded. That's fine. No need to explain more there. Right, save our work. Okay. Take Take it slow. Enjoy it little by little. There are lots of videos about NeoVim config nowadays. Main issue is porting over such a big code base. Now I got to worry about keyboard shortcuts. The SSH thing is a good point, though. I might give it another shot. I don't know. Yeah. Just know you won't be as productive for a week or two or, you know, a month, 30 days. It takes a while to get the muscle memory trained to the new patterns. Yeah, there's a lot of videos. There are so many videos. We're going to do an Emacs rebuild because my .emacs file is full of junk from the last 15 years. And it hasn't really changed in the last few years much. It's been very static, so I need to revisit it. Need to start over. Not start over, like, you know, go through line by line, clean it up, find the things that I want, put them in that I've been delaying and avoiding. Good stuff. And when we're doing that, I'll teach you what I know a little bit. Okay, so we did that. Git commit-m fix fill fix book set UV indexing. Okay, easy peasy. All right, replays. Let's get the game up. Oh, this is a new one. Never mind. Source builds debug. New shell. Okay. First thing we're going to do is we're going to go to high scores and we're going to delete them all. So there's no replays from before today. We're going to play a marathon. And we will cheat. Oh. Not cheat. Fill. Then we'll cheat. Okay. F, G, W, or X. Box is the answer. Basically, we want just any old replay here with most of the features in use. E, W, X, F, G, J, or K. Skipped cakes. Oh, did I not rebuild after changing that back? That's fine. I don't care. It's definitely K. Therefore, it's probably cakes, which we already knew. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we need to rebuild this. Oops. Close the program. We fixed it, we didn't rebuild it. Is there a specific reason you use shell over eShell and term? I've SSH'd into enough different Linux machines and not had privileges to install anything. Just running the simple shell always works for me. Anything else, there were sometimes issues or whatever, so I just went with the lowest common denominator. That's the short answer. I don't work in a remote environment anymore. I'm all local, so maybe I should go back and use eShell and term instead. But it's just muscle memory at this point. It's just momentum, inertia. Like I said, I've got to rework how I use Emacs anyways. Gotta update my old .emacs file and look at all the things like shell, eShell term. I do like how customizable NeoVim is. Yep. It's just one more tool in the toolbox. Okay, so we're gonna do this again. Fill. Gawky. Rhino, anything. Whatever. Oh, we're in practice mode. Practice mode. Let's go marathon mode. We need a new replay here. Okay. There we go. No D, no M, F or G. It is not G, so it is F. Loot. So these buttons aren't in the final game. These are for me to test quickly and easily. Different features, get through different levels so I can see things. Oops. Those come back. There we go. So it's dowry or wordy. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Ultra Toad Stump. EMC. No I. None of those. H. Wench. Okay. Faith and fill with random stuff. Because we want kind of a long replay with multiple words we can go forward and backwards on. That's what we're looking for here. Okay, it is T. So maybe like track, tacky. Okay. Fill should probably clear as well. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it. TOS, UP, there's our word, outs. That's probably enough. Fails, let's see here. Ultra Demon chips, laced Rhino Stone. Okay. So let's go punch in our high score. It now uses your username, that's always fun. You watch the replay, and what's happening is reset. Oh, it is working. Okay. Well, there's 6 words in here. Oh, it's working now. So we can go to word 3. Okay, it's working. So there's nothing wrong with replay. Was it part of a bad build because of memory misalignment due to incremental builds? It must have been, right? Because this is working fine. Prime didn't fall the right way, but maybe we reset this word. So I think we caught the button, or the word tiles mid. Yeah. So I think there's some small issue there. Okay, so no functional reason that it's broken. Tile positions need to be updated. All right, gonna head out. Let's see here. I see. Are you on Windows right now? Yeah, right now it's Windows. I figured. Well, actually, it's a long story. I started a company with a friend of mine, my brother-in-law, and we target Windows because that's the dominant OS in the industry we're targeting. Which means this machine is for that. I do a little streaming from time to time, so it's Windows. Also, if I'm making a game, the most common platform for cells is going to be Windows. So yeah, I'm running Windows, but I have run a bash shell inside of it. I don't actually use Windows PowerShell or shell. I use a bash. All right, El Sai Kongru heading out. You have a good stream too. You drop back in anytime you feel like. So yeah, I've run Mac. I've run Red Hat Linux. I've run Debian Linux. I've run like Yocto, Ubuntu, Raspberry Pi Linux. It doesn't matter anymore as long as it all sort of looks and feels about the same. As long as I'm in one consistent environment, it's fine. For sure. See you later. Good deal. Good deal. So yeah, that's kind of my environment. I install MingW or Cygwin or MSys2 or whatever utilities it takes to make Windows behave like Linux on the command line. Okay, so that is not a problem. Let's go back to our journal. Tested replay. It worked fine. Reset and word forward, backward. Previous bug may be due to memory layout issues caused by incremental builds. The only thing is sometimes you catch a word in mid animation and that then persists between words while in playback. Should fix this. Okay. So we're gonna mark that as done. I guess it's working. So new bug, replay, navigation, catches words, letters out of alignment. And it can persist. Okay. We've only been here for an hour, and we're just about out of things to work on. Well, we're not out of things. Like I said, we'll lay the groundwork for next week's optimization work. Yeah. So I think what we want to do is let any animations complete. So if we go to game scene, animate scene exit, blah, blah, blah. It says wait until the scheduler is silent and the scheduler is not running. So all the sounds have to be done and all of the actions have to be done. And that's basically it before we advance. So let's just capture this. Playback controls, reset callback, so playback reset. So if we say reset, we're already kind of doing this. We might as well do the rest of it, right? Scheduler is silent, so no sounds are playing. And is idle is not quite the same thing as not running. So I guess this one is okay. So we must have issues. It should also be waiting. Because we need those word tiles not to get off by the shelf. Option 2 is every time we reload the level, everything goes up off the screen, and then we should recompute its final location, which we can do. All right, so if we start, then advance mid-animation. Don't see any alignment issues. And now it's stuck. Now it's not working. And it's broken. Oh, darn it. Now what's it doing? That's the button I wanted to click. That's not the button I wanted to click. This is the one I want to click. So what is getting stuck? Oh no. Oh, I just had a terrible thought. What is this waiting for? It's waiting for something. It's getting stuck. Something in replay is stuck waiting. Shoot. And the doodads themselves have animation, action sequences, and sounds, which only matter in the context of these transitions here. Hmm. Let me think. Playback. Controls. Reset, next, and previous. Under what conditions do I block inputs to this thing? Disable, enable. Reset. Speed up, slow down, doesn't matter. Next word, previous word. Okay, so let's do that. Enable, disable. What context is this in? This level switching? Playback or reset? We should disable after All of that is done. We can re-enable. We can't accidentally click advance or reset twice, which would create two sequences in the queue, one of which is waiting on the other, and the other of which is waiting on the first. And that ends up being a circular wait, which may be part of our issue. Our momentarium. Very nice. That's not what I wanted. I want to go in the replay. Bafflegab. Great word. Okay, we get a bunch of animations going. Okay. All the words seem to be lining up okay. Words are not being caught in the middle. Yeah, I think that basically fixes it. Plus, it has to do with running fast. I think we're good. Oh, that did not work. And then it dies. Huh. Okay, so things were going super smoothly until the end. What happened? What's going on here? What the heck? Everything lines up fine. Huh. Have to do with running too fast. What am I doing? I want replays. Okay. High scores. Replay. If we slow down, it works fine. Huh. Huh. Very interesting. Okay. Length. Length. Okay. Okay. That one. That doesn't happen in the transition between any of the other words, only that word and the last word. No, not play. Go watch that last replay. No problem. Oh. Well. Well, well, well. What is going on here? What is this? Watching it on double speed. It works fine. Oh, but now things are misaligned. Why is that? Yeah, Yeah, these words are messed up. But it doesn't break until word 6, and only if we're running at full speed. So if we come back in here, so at double speed, it's got some things. It fails on quad speed. Why? Oh, oh, the bugs, the bugs. Higher speeds, crashes, mid, after, transitioning, levels. Only at higher speeds. So in next level, we do some things. Then we drop everything down. Meanwhile, play our sound. Play. Until this one is done. Set immediate. Enable inputs. There is something about that level transition. when in playback something is not waiting for something. It didn't wait for everything to finish falling in 2x. It's not actually waiting for the next level to complete. Or it restarts. Playback, reset. The playback should wait long enough. So when we say thaw, we add some time and an opcode. It's not this one. This one. We're getting the thaw before all of the animations are done. Ooh. Subsequence. Play the animation. So the animation should complete before we wait for this one. We have our main action sequence. The subsequence. We got controls dot disable inputs. That doesn't really matter. The weight doesn't seem to be weighting. High enough speed. Hmm. We run this at regular speed, it doesn't seem to have an issue. As far as I can tell. Is there something about running at full speed that's killing me? So the playback works fine at normal speed. Reset. We run this at double speed. In the level transition is where the word alignment starts to happen. And now the words don't align properly. And they don't get any better. They're just going to get worse. if we reset and go quadward, I don't even think it finishes the transition between levels. And that just dies. Okay. So what is happening at high speed that is not happening at normal speed? In the level transition, that's basically the only place this could be happening, right? Okay, let's go to our old makefile. We do have a flag called debug replay. Debug replay. So I'm going to print a lot of stuff out. Hopefully it's enough stuff. But if we have a timing issue, I was pretty sure most everything was time scaled correctly. Wait. Replay. It had a timer. That should use scaled time. Okay, replay. Here's the replay information. 500 steps, etc., etc. So if I say double speed, here are the events. Okay, so set first. Wait. Wait, resume. This wait command did not wait. That's our problem. The replay said wait. The game scene shouldn't matter, but the replay says, so from between 25.155 to here, replay did not wait. Replay is not waiting. The time difference between these two wait, 2.514 milliseconds, 2.5 seconds, and this resume should be the 2-second difference, but it's not. We've had this working before, so what are we doing wrong here? Replay.update. We're looking for wait. If it's a wait, wait. Why is wait not doing anything? While true, scan 2. Wait. So what is that weight coming in from? Game scene. Wait. Read it. Pause. Okay. Replay.wait this amount. Add event. Scratch shell. So the replay says, hey, I need to wait. The game scene says, hey, we need to wait. Replay update immediately resumes. So what if we go to update, wait, break, break. So basically, we got the wait here. Break out of this switch statement. And underscore time waited. Make our callback, then break out of the loop. Oh, well, that's here. Wait. Hey, Drevest. I'm doing good. How are you doing? We just have a small bug in our replay that's being tricky to find. But it's not waiting, so that's confusing. And how is your project going? If wait, time waited, time delay. Is this in update? Yeah. So get this wait. Maybe it's underscore time delay. Resume. Time delay. While true. Update slightly confused here. Resume. Underscore. Time waited. So we never send wait to the game scene. Oh, we do. We do that. If we were adding time to how long we have waited instead of the time we should wait, then it wouldn't wait. We renamed some variables a while ago with replay. And really, maybe this is that. We go up to double speed. It's all happening in the level transition. I think it has to do with the wait. Okay, so where's that wait? So here's the wait. It comes down at 25.155, and it's told to wait for 2.5 seconds. So basically that sends the command to the game scene at event, which says, oh, hey, we should wait for 2.514 seconds. But then immediately, replay.update fires. Get our elapsed. Our time waited. We scan a time if our elapsed time is greater than whatever the next event time is. We carry on. Otherwise, we back off and break out. I think that all looks correct. Except time waited gets blown away all the time. Do we even use this for anything useful? That's for when we're scanning it. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, set elapsed. Okay. So maybe then we do need that one. Wait. replay.wait. Some number, doesn't really matter, duration. Two 2.5 seconds are elapsed. Our timer. Okay. We're gonna find this, and then I'm gonna feel maybe not silly, but I'm finding this a little bit annoying. Irksome. We've had this working before. We renamed some time variables. For whatever reason, when we scale time, oh, we didn't want this one. We want to watch a replay. And it just isn't waiting properly. Okay. Where's our wait? Okay, so the replay update calls wait. Before game scene add event. That is correct. It calls this function first, then it does that. So that makes sense. And the game scene add event. And then it immediately resumes. Doesn't really matter. Replay.wait. So why don't we replay update. Time waited minus time delay. Time delay is basically how long we need to go. Elapsed. Well, let's do this. When we get wait, .3f, and when we resume, Let's see how that looks on the console. This statement will may fall through. It will guaranteed 100% fall through. So there. Don't tell me what I'm doing. Actually, most of the time that's probably correct. I usually don't want to fall through, but okay. Speed up and go. As soon as we get the right word, we'll pause. Oop. Pause. Pause, I said. Pause. Okay. Wait. So, here's the deal. We started waiting at 25,406. And this is replay time. Replay wait. The game scene says we're supposed to wait. And then it magically says 27.92. Replay wait. Okay, when we start this thing, we have elapsed and event time. Wait. Whereas seconds is off of time. So that's the event time. Okay, so event time happens here. When event time, elapsed time minus time delay time waited. So the total stopwatch running time minus the delay. Um. Event time, if elapsed time wait so let's see here, we want event time greater than this total time and that stopwatch elapsed. So let's see here. event time is greater than event is greater than replay time is greater than wall time. So m underscore time weighted plus delayed time. Which we might as well make this one call, right? Which is the same as elapsed. So elapsed is wall time. That's not it. M underscore elapsed plus delay to a total. And in resume, basically the same thing we care about, except we do that, file, see what happens. Oh, not M elapsed. Okay. Discernible theater. Nope, I don't need any viewers. I've got great viewers already. What I need is to find this bug. So, discernible viewers, if you know what I'm doing wrong here, let me know. Okay, double speed everything. Pause. Okay. Here's our wait. Wait. Our wall time is 157, sure. Plus a delay means that we really need to go to 27.9 of measured time. We had this event. Is this greater than this plus this, which is this? No, no, it's not. Total measured time minus the time delay. If elapsed time is greater than that, so if the first one is elapsed, so this is event plus the delay. is this delay even? This is... We get some very strange numbers here. Oh. Divided by 1,000. 250 event. Plus the quarter second delay. Okay, so that's fine. Then we add this delay to that delay. Okay. Event time lapse plus delay is the whole shoot and match. Lapse plus delay. Not sure why that's that way. This is not the bug I was prepared to work on today. It does need to be done, and it is a little bit vexing. Pause, pause. All right, we get a wait event where our replay time is 27,919. And we say here's how long we believe we've gone, plus the currently accumulated delay. The game scene says, oh, you told me to wait. So replay knows that it should wait. And when we get the update, for some reason, this number is not greater than this number. Even if we allow for rounding, this is definitely smaller than this number. How can our event time be greater than our elapsed time? Especially if we're adding a delay. This line puzzles me. Since in the code, we scan the time. We compute our event time. If our elapsed time is greater than our event time. Oh, I have them backwards in my printout. Maybe that doesn't puzzle me then. I think I'm just getting confused. 1 second has not elapsed. Basically, I need 2.5 seconds to go between here and here. This is the important thing. So if the event says this, it has to be greater than elapsed time. If the event time is greater than or equal to total amount of time waited. Nope. Event time greater than elapsed time. Not play. I'm gonna go back to high score here. And get that replay. Oh, replays. Jeez, what the? Okay, it blew up. It blew itself up. It tried to play every event all at once. This is correct. We could reverse it a little bit. We could say if. Let's just copy this and if elapsed. Let's see here, if m underscore. Let's see here, if event. Let's see here. If time waited is greater than or equal to the event time plus our time delay. That's mathematically the same. So why would it be any different? Why are we trying this? Hey, Suki, how's it going? I'm trying to debug a replay issue where it's not waiting like it should if we have the speed turned up. Good, good. Yep, I'm doing great. Doing great. As well. So we turn up the speed to double, and we run. Run the replay. Guess the right word. It didn't wait. Now what we'd expect is we need to wait for 2.5 seconds from this time. So I would expect this to wait until like 29, 20 to 30.4, right? So why is this immediately firing off immediately? This time should be like 30. That's what I'm wondering. Is it because of the time weighted? Time weighted gets overwritten. Trying to figure out why Clang doesn't want to be in NeoVim. Oh, interesting. No idea. What if we take this check out? And the next time through the loop, it should fail until the next frame after we've gotten the wait instruction back. We changed some letter names and we had a couple of the logic things check through the replay. I thought we got most of them, but apparently there's still an issue. Good old NeoVim. I should learn Vim someday, but it sounds like work. I've already taught myself Emacs. Going through that again doesn't appeal to me as much as it would have in my younger days. There it is. Now it's added. So because we added that, it's just wrong. Is that correct? I think so. So we go to quad speed. We were blowing up before earlier. But now it's working fine. Even on quad speed. So that was it. That whole thing was just that one issue. Looks like it. Even on quad speed, it's working fine. At least we know what's up now. Okay, it stopped blowing up. I think we're good. We add that to the journal. Notes. Okay. Playback wasn't waiting correctly, so animations and state between levels being caught mid transition when the next replay action occurred. The issue was an errant underscore time weighted update inside the update loop. Probably a copy paste from the scan that tracks time differently. Make file. Need to remove this one again. changed something. Right, so let's test it with the original logic back in. Do a bit more of a rebuild just to make sure. What is my editor? I use Emacs. Emacs for everything, remote, local. I load up a bash shell whether I'm on Windows or not. Everything is Emacs, bash, very vanilla. A lot of it is due to inertia. I just don't feel like chasing down new stuff too much. But I do need to get over that and update my Emacs working a little bit here between projects. We'll rebuild Emacs here in a few weeks. But yeah, I think we found our replay bug. As usual, the fix itself is far easier than finding the issue. Okay, so we've got this. We can crank along at double speed. And it works just fine. So double speed's not causing me any troubles anymore. We can skip forward words. Quad speed I don't think causes me any issues anymore. Oop, it didn't quite. Didn't work that time. And then it breaks. Shoot. Okay, so we fixed some of the issues. All right. So what combination of things caused that? Can we reproduce that? Not play, replay. So it's when we were going back a word that it caused it to happen? It all looks fine. And then it breaks for reasons inexplicable. Ah, we still have a bug. Let's put this back in. Back to the old journal. This issue. There is also something else going on. When moving forward and backward, forward. Right, so let's say this work is at least an improvement. I'm gonna check on that last one. Partial fix for replay at high speeds. Still another issue remaining, but it's looking better. Okay, so we've still got to figure out one more issue with replay that I can see. Oh, all right. I need more hot water. I'm all out, so heating up water for my yerba mate. All right, I'll be back in just a minute. Okay. We're technically back. Okay. The last problem had to do with weight in between, and it feels like this is very similar, except it's not the weight, it's the level transition. So if we go back to makefile, we got debug replay back in there. Rebuild. And we're just gonna go back and forth till we figure out what's wrong. It should not also relate to weight. I don't think. Actually, maybe it does. Maybe it does. Not sure. We're gonna find it though. We're gonna make replays rock solid. We do have some loose ends. Okay, we'll run it. Replay. We'll go quad speed. We'll start jumping words forward and backwards until it blows up. There, it blew up. Okay. It's not waiting for enough of the animations. Hey, Arian16, Arion 16, welcome to the stream. Thanks for the chat. How are you doing? What's new? We're trying to debug this replay issue, and it makes me a little sad. So far, it only seems to happen when we go back a level. I'm doing good, A little frustrated. It always happens when I run into a bug, but otherwise, super good. I'm working on a project I like. We're in the end stages. We're putting the last bug or two to rest. We've got no more major features to add. I want to start making games, but I'm not sure if I can do the graphics part. Well, depends on what you want to do. What kind of games are you looking to make? 2D, 3D, first-person shooters? top-down, isometric, side scrollers. That's one question. Do you watch Instagram or TikTok? I do not. Not really into the social media thing so much. I'm just a programmer. So question one is, what kind of game do you want to make? And then two is, what kinds of tools do you already know? Do you know Unity? Do you know Unreal? Do you know TODO? Do you know OpenGL, SDL? So many options. And are you talking about rendering the graphics, or are you talking about doing the art for the graphics? Old school basketball game. Okay, nice, nice. So it crashes. I think mostly when we're going backwards. So let's go get this high score. Now, it mostly looked to me like it happened when we went backwards. And that did not crash. So when we go backwards while running, that did not crash. We went backwards at full speed. Oh, that did not crash. Shoot. Pretty good at programming, no experience in the stuff you mentioned. I know what it is, though. Most of my experience is with data. Okay. Well, depends on how you want to do it. If you want to make a game, like, what are your goals? If your goal is to make a game, then you probably want to start with a game engine, like Unity or Godot or Unreal, and do some tutorials in the style of the game that you want to make. There's a ton of different, isometric game tutorials, and that sort of thing. So that's one thing. If your goal is to learn to program games from scratch, to learn how the game systems work, etc., then you need to start at a lower level. So maybe learning some OpenGL or Vulkan. I would recommend OpenGL as a starting point if you're new to graphics programming. But you can kind of escape all of that if you use a game engine. Now, when you first start, it's good to get something done and accomplished. C++, okay. So if C++ is your main language, then Unreal is all C++ stuff. You can avoid some of the C++ stuff by using their blueprint system. But that just hides the code from you. If you're comfortable with code, you'll probably do just fine keeping up with their C++. Unreal might be a little bit heavy for an old school game, though, so maybe Godot will be a little bit lighter weight. You'd have to learn their scripting language, which I don't even know the name of it because I don't use Godot. Godot scripting. What's it called? They recommend you start with Godot script, GD script. It looks like they have .NET C# bindings, C++ via GD extension. So here's a little thing. If you look for GD extension, it looks like you can get C++ in there just fine. Allows you to write game code in C++ without needing to recompile Godot. So that's nice. But yeah, I would say you just want to make a game, get a game engine, and just do some of the tutorials and learn what it does, how to interact with it. If you want to become a game engine developer, then you need to skip the game engine that someone else has built and build your own. Yeah, no, happy to help. Any advice is free, so it's it's worth every penny. You can get your money back. Advice is cheap. So experiences with data, huh? Well, luckily, all game development is just data. I think I might start streaming my progress too. Nice, nice. I have found that streaming keeps me very, very focused. I don't, stop to go watch YouTube videos or get sucked down a stream of tutorials and side, opinions and things. So in that way, streaming while I code is very, very good. On the other hand, you're supposed to be interacting with an audience, which can be a bit of an interruption. And even if nobody's chatting with you, you're still spending brain cycles talking. So in that way, it can be a bit of a distraction. I call it streamer brain. I'll do stupid things in my code. I'll be like, oh, I thought of that, but I was busy talking, so I didn't do it. And then it comes back and bites me later, blah, blah, blah. So it just depends on whether you think it's worth it or not to deal with the streamer brain for the focus. I will say, not a lot of viewers in the watching people code world. It's really hard to build up an audience. So if you're hoping to make money off streaming, I wouldn't hold my breath. I mostly plan on using it as my advertising. People know what I'm working on. I'll announce it on stream when it's ready, which we're getting close to. Just trying to figure out this bug. So yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. I'm building this game with no game engine. Here's all my dependencies, not much. I guess it's about 5. We have the OpenGL extension wrangler, which kind of drags in the OpenGL function wrangler. So you can I kind of count those as one because it's all in the same library. It comes in together. And they give me my OpenGL bindings. And then my other 3 dependencies are GL math. So that's my projection matrix. And that's basically it. So that's a heavy dependency for what it does for me. I want to get rid of it. Free type for font rendering. I kind of want to get rid of this one too, but that's a harder ask. And then I've got my audio library. That's it. Because I'm more interested in building things from scratch than just turning out a game. Again, following on Instagram and TikTok making coding videos, it's been surprising. Oh, good, good. Recommend you make TikTok clips and Instagram clips. It helps build an audience. Yeah. Maybe so, maybe so. Except I don't really think of myself as a content creator. I think of myself more as a programmer who happens to stream. But if making some clips is easy and fast, maybe that's a good way to do it. Maybe I just need to be on more platforms. But I'm also not spending a lot of time trying to build an audience. I'm just here coding. People who want to watch can watch. So I'm not sure what this bug is yet. I don't know the reproduction. Hey, thanks for the follow. Always appreciate a good follow. So yeah, most of the time all I'm doing is, whoa, what was that? Oh, we got our follower goal. There we go. Cool, thanks. You think I'm a good streamer? Well, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. But that still doesn't change the fact that I'm confused about this bug. Anyways, like I said, I couldn't code stream of consciousness until somebody asks a question. So feel free to pipe up with any questions you have, and I'm happy to answer them or tell you I don't know. That happens too. But I do want to know what this bug is doing. I'm puzzled. I don't know what the reproduction is. Hmm. I'm just confused. And then what happened? Did it just blow up? $sign question mark. Yeah, we blew up on an error. Silent error. I'd run it in a debugger, but what it's doing is crashing. And where it's crashing is going to be downstream of where the actual problem is. So I know the guess count is incorrect. I know something is, or we're looking at letters in a word that hasn't been submitted, or something like that. But those are the downstream problems. It doesn't give me a path back to the source of the issue. Maybe we do just run it in the debugger and just... I've recognized all of the whatsits, all of the asserts that are failing, and they're not related to the actual problem. They're the downstream symptom. Nope, not play. My autopilot, it's too strong. We want high scores. So the bug doesn't happen every time. I don't think it usually happens at normal speed. Maybe if we do go to normal speed. And if we just work our way back and forth. Until it crashes. Not crashing. If only I knew what the reproduction was for this bug. I think it only happens going backwards. It doesn't seem to be an issue. At low speeds, we'll go back a ways. It doesn't look like it's crashing at 1x speed. Oh, did it just... No, it didn't blow up, did it? Nah, it's still good. Hmm. 3. So I go to quad speed. I think this is where the bug tends to come in, is when we're running at higher speeds. Now, of course, it's not happening. What is the set of conditions that causing the crash? I've seen it crash. There it goes. It did the thing. And then it blew up with something. It kind of doesn't matter. So what causes that to happen? I don't suppose there's a backtrace because of the assert failing. This is why the debugger is practically useless in this case. All right. Again, it's still when we're going backwards that it blew up. So, what is different about going backwards than going forwards? Okay, here's a new question. You want to fix the replay. Replay. Autopilot just has me go straight to play a game. Of course it crashes when I'm not running the debugger. But not when I am running the debugger. This is all very typical. Hmm. Hmm. Is it... Is it when I start... This doesn't make any sense. It does not make sense. Okay. It's intermittent. It's not a consistent bug. But those animations completed correctly. And that time it didn't. Is it part of reset? So if we're on word 2 and we say go back a word, it just goes to word 1, which is really the same thing as a reset, which means go all the way to the start of the buff of the replay buffer. So what if we go anywhere, we run, reset worked fine. I didn't fail. Hmm. Okay, that didn't cause it to happen. Hmm. I still think it has to do with going backwards. Somewhat confused here. Now it's not crashing. Being so rock solid most of the time. And then it blows up on me. There it went. It blew up that time. And it happens just like that. So the replay says it's this time. The game scene says it's this time. Then something happens. This was us hitting back, I bet. back a word. Then the replay resets the game event time, the game scene time, but hasn't updated itself yet. It's still firing off for some reason. So we need more logging around going forward or backwards a scene. I think that's the short answer. Okay. All right, replay. Update. It's not the update itself. It's the one where we go backwards or forward a word. Reset. Here we are. Scan 2. If we're going to word 1, we don't need to do anything. This reset, I believe, is called from game scene. Playback reset. And these things are registered as different callbacks. That next word callback. We're probably most interested in this one for now. Not exactly rocket science. If defined, debug, replay. Previous word. Next word. Where's reset? This one. There's that one. Replay dot reset. Replay dot scan to something word number. So reset basically sets us all the way back to the beginning and then scans forward through our buffer to find the word number we are interested in. Okay. Then in game scene, we have these callbacks. Playback reset. Game scene. Playback reset. Okay. Next word. Previous word. Let's just see what happens when we log all that. Oh. So at least we know what the order of calls is when it crashes. All right, run. Okay. We're just gonna keep pushing buttons here. Okay. Is this like a weird timing thing? I have to hit back at exactly the right time for it to fail. Wish this bug were a little bit more predictable. But it just isn't happening. Hmm. This bug is gonna drive me crazy. It's resisting my efforts to find the bug. Why? Why is it being so mean to me? There it goes. There it goes. It did it. Finally. Okay, so we said previous word called playback reset. But replay got updated one more time. So playback reset is not playback reset. Playback previous word decided that playback reset was the right thing to call. Previous word. Well, it doesn't call it game scene. Playback, previous word. If we are on level 1, we just reset. So that calls this thing. Not that one. This one. And this is the last thing logged. Next word, previous word, call the callback. Reset, disable. Stop the level. So where is replay, reset? I expected that to show up in my output. Somehow here, game scene playback reset. Did not stop. Let's see. Scan to reset. Replay. Start. Update. Pause. Is running. Is that my problem? I'm not stopping the replay? Of course, as hard as it is to get it to reproduce anyways, it might not be very easy to tell if I fixed it. Update word label, enable inputs, finish level, next level. if we click the controls, so playback controls, we say previous word callback or reset callback, right? Reset. And then reset callback. If we say previous word, we just call this. Replay.scan2, replay.scan2. Reset. Was that my problem? If the timer continues to fire from the replay after the game has, theory, done its thing, it would mean you have a partial reset in one place and not in the other place. So if we force the reset here, I'm actually a little surprised that's not in there. But I don't know how many times I can cycle this thing and have it catch or not. So it has to do with whether the timer was doing things at the time we clicked backwards. I don't know how much that has to do with the speed we're running at. Huh. String compare guess text, yes, but it shouldn't be doing that. Guess was submitted. This should not be in the guess submitted state at all. Submit guess. Prime should not then submit guess twice. Lunch. Okay, what's that mean? Again, the problems where it's crashing is downstream of the actual issue. So if we just run it, there should be no problems, right? What the heck? Prime and lunch are both in the air, going up. When it completely fails. What on earth? What changes have I made? That's not being called. Neither is that, neither is that. In playback, if we click the reset button, move replay down below, nobody cares. It's not really a difference. Next word. Previous word, like this is all just logging stuff. Logging. Do we need to do a clean and build? What is going on here? Very confused. Actually, let's see. Playback controls. Reset. I think that needs to happen. One little change there. Okay. Test our replay again. Working fine. Unfortunately, we were able to do this for a while before the last time we reproduced this bug, so I don't know if we can reasonably prove that we fixed it. Except that it seems to be working. Is that proof of anything? I'm not sure it counts. Last time we reproduced this bug, we were a lot of cycles into this exact kind of thing before we hit it. Do we call that fixed? I don't have a lot of I mean, I believe it's fixed. But I never had a convenient way to reproduce it anyway. I don't know, we've cycled this a few times now. And it's not crashing. All the words are coming up aligned. I think that was it. Our words are all offline, misaligned. Could that be due to So here's a question. Are the books all misaligned as well? Nope. The books all look fine. Okay. Here's the question. I think we're good-ish. But I think there's one other thing we can do. Let's go to underscore current guess. Oh no, it's not current guesses. And underscore guesses. Not render. There we are. Do layout. Set rectangle. Inside the m underscore, let's see, next level. We just relay out the guesses so it won't accumulate any error. That's really kind of the only other thing I can think of. I think the reset, when it was being called from previous word, wasn't resetting the playback correctly. Now it should be. And there's an accumulation of error as they move up and down because of floating point error truncation, I believe. Maybe? So we just reset the books, not the books, the guesses positions every time we cycle forward and backwards. That should just take care of that. Accumulation of error during like speed ups and slowdowns. Whoa! That's not right. Oh. I can't do that here, can I? Next level. So maybe in finish level. Maybe Maybe this is where it needs to go. Before it animates up. Look at that. It should be unnoticeable. Even if you accumulate 1 pixel of error, you shouldn't see that one little teeny pop, I think. This replay thing, it's just slightly different enough to warrant some, well, it causes complications. I think it's worth it. I think this replay feature is very nice. Okay. Replay. Back. We're going to just cycle this a whole bunch of times. A bunch of times. We're not seeing any weird alignments, we're not seeing any weird popping. It's not crashing. Was this it? Did we win? Nope, it broke. We broke it. There, they fixed. Is it back to not waiting again? That's what it looks like. It's not waiting again. Why? Why is it trying to submit the guess? Wait. Resume. It's not waiting again. Why is it not waiting? I don't think it's waiting. Ugh. Update. Wait. There's the resume. Okay, then wait. if we are debugging, well, replay. Actually, reset time delay goes to 0. Okay. Okay. So we'll go full speed and run. And if it's going to blow up in between levels, that's very unfortunate. Nope, that was fine. Oh, it's not fine. Whoops. Wait. Okay, so replay said this event happens after this thing. What's greater than the elapsed time? No, our elapsed time is greater than this. Yeah, we've got the same efforts. We wait for that long. Wait. So that was this one under wait. This one was under resume. So the event is less than. That's the other thing we need to remember. We have that sign backwards, which throws me off. The event has to be, we have to have passed more time than the event. Mini rebuild. Ugh. This bug is killing me. Tracking time gets complicated when you have multiple agents tracking time for different reasons and with different timekeeping rules. Okay, we're into the scenes. Then we should do the replay, then the doodads coming up soon. More scenes. Doodads. Okay. All right. However, before we're done that test, I'm going to take a quick restroom break. I will be back in a jiffy. We redid a build. Oh. Oh. That's not the problem. Okay. Okay. I'm just going to let it run. What is it doing? Okay. Here's where we get it. This time, the event time is less than this thing plus the delay, which means our replay timer is this. Okay. Then the replay comes through and says, wait. Then it comes over here. Yep. Then we get our update function resume. This feels wrong again. Our event time, our elapsed time, our delta, our delay, and then our time waited. Was this not all just working? This is still going up. While it's continued. These should not be submitting more letters until after this delay is done. Event elapsed, delay, total replay time. All right, everybody, why is this happening here? Wait, 0. Oh, we got seconds, milliseconds, opcode name. One of the number of milliseconds, that just doesn't a thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Huh. Not sure. Fix that. So what if we go to half speed, or to double speed? Do we still observe the same issues between levels? Oh, replays, replays. Okay, now let's do this at 1x. Okay, that worked fine. So let's go to 2x. Okay, 4x. So that worked fine. Reset all the way back. This is the number we expect. That is the number I expect. But it clearly didn't do the weighting. Crank this up. clearly did not actually wait. In reset, it goes to 0. When we are scanning to a specific word, we maintain it. That's fine. At the end of scanning, we get that. That's fine. Elapsed playtime. Update. Resume. Time delay. Everywhere else we're using it, we're not using it for the total time wall clock. We're using it for how long have we actually waited. If I go over to this, let's delay or weighted, margin 0.3f. How much more time weighted? Let's see what happens. All right, there's got to be a reason why this bug is still plaguing me. Why at quad speed is it not pausing for that length? I don't know. The fact that it's 4 o'clock and I still haven't got this thing beat is making me sad. Okay. We go into replay. Crank the speed all the way up and go. And then it blows up. Because it's trying to do things before the animation is done. But we told it how long to wait, and I don't think it's actually waiting that long. What is... This clearly is not waiting. So how is my stopwatch getting to this time? Quarter second plus this is 2764. I agree. Time delay, time weighted. Stopwatch. Pause. Is running. This shouldn't be happening at all. Because replay has to wait for animations and such to finish. Go to double speed. It did not wait. And then, of course, it breaks because we submitted the guess, but into a world that cannot accept it. Wait. At the time that happens, this is our status. The event is 25.155, which is happening. We've moved our time cursor past the current event. We have a delay and a weighted, which should give me this thing. Now, we are told to wait, so we will delay for this much more, or this much total. And we've only waited this long. Then, boom, this happens. And somehow, even at normal speed, this did not wait 2.5 seconds to press on. The number is right. The number is right. The number is right. This number is right. Okay, Dravest, see you in the morning. You have a wonderful evening as well. Get some good sleep. It did not wait that time. So if we go up to our if case, elapsed is the total stopwatch minus how long we should wait. If elapsed is greater than our event time. Event. Oh, interesting. Time delay. Oh no. If we're wait, then we break. Okay, so that should be fine. It shouldn't be stuck here. Wait. 2.5 seconds have not elapsed. Two and a half seconds have not elapsed. Where is replay, update, resume? Oh. That kind of doesn't matter. I don't think it changes the logic. But we can rerun it. That's fine. If that actually fixes it, I will be very sad. Will I be very sad? Probably. That works. Why does that work? I don't know. Quad speed. All looks well. Okay. Reset. I honestly don't know how that break would change the logic this way. Whoa, those are wrong. Why are those wrong? This should be resetting positions every single level. What happened? I wasn't watching. Now I'm watching. Pause. Why is it already writing stuff? Previous animation had not finished. Everything goes up. Everything came down. Those positions are all correct. That stopwatch did not pause at all. That's fine. That animation was not done. Hey. Okay, what about this then? Finish level. Next level. Oh, that's not going to work, is it? Because, for whatever reason, this drop does not need to move. Because they're invisible. They got no text. Now that might help alleviate some of the symptoms, but it's still not actually waiting. It's advancing to start guesses before the level is before the animation is complete. I guess it's fine, but it's not actually waiting. It's lying to me about this number. What is this? What is even happening? I know it didn't wait for that amount of time. Use scale time default true. Use scale. So the replay is always running in that way underscore stopwatch. Ugh. Who is lying to me and why? Hey. Here we go. You ready? Real time up to 0.3f. Scaled time up to 0.3f. Real time and time. We'll do the same thing inside of this one. Ah. Something is seriously wrong, and I don't understand why. Okay, possibility number one. Is my compiler screwing with me? Is it not executing, or is executing code that it should not or should? Because the stopwatch works out the time module. So is there a timer that's not being checked properly? Okay, real time. In theory, this advanced 2 point some seconds. Oh. Nope. Wait. Now, the next time through this loop, our real time has processed not this much, right? We'd expect half the real time to have passed if we're in double speed. Or something close to that. Let's see here. We're going to have a calculator. So if I take 2.514 plus the real time 23.878, and it's 26.329. So if we take 2.514 divided by 2 plus our starting time, 23.878, 25.135. Sure, it's well within rounding. That's great. So if we take our scaled time, 45.634 plus 2.514, 48.146. Again, within rounding error. But it's not actually doing the waiting. How is my time? I would expect everything to go up and then come down before the first letter is even typed. That's a weird case. It should come down completely blank until everything lands. It came down with the word already in. Came down with the word already in it. 2.57 seconds. It says it's waiting, but it's not waiting. Submit guess, select a word, then start waiting. All in the same time. Let's see here. In scene, what do I have? Do I have a frame count? I do. Don't have a good way of getting it out of there. Because replay doesn't know about the scene. Shoot. For TS underscore frame count. If not defined, no debug. S underscore frame count equals 0. And every time we run a render, okay, when we initialize, oops, there we are, this one right here. Then we get scene. We don't need this one anymore. Renderer. Static event 64T. Frame count. Right after scale. Return renderer. That's underscore frame count. Okay, we now have a way for those things to get at it. So in replay, can get our hands on a reference to the renderer. Frame modulus LLU. Frame count. Hey, Suki. How's it going? I have fixed a couple of the issues with replay, but there's still one, and my time is lying to me. I'm not sure how or why or something. Just not sure. I have. Oops. Ugh. I need to do a homework. Okay. Homework is good. You should do it. It's how you learn things. Yes, I know there was errors. Ugh. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna cheat. I don't like doing it this way, but we're gonna do it this way. Interesting. Okay, what if we move all that tracking inside of time then? Yes. Makes me a little sadder. We will find a good place for this somewhere. Frame count is somewhere here. All right, scene. Okay, then renderer. not render replay. Instead of render, it'll be time. All right, pull up rebuild, see what happens. It isn't the kind of homework where you learn something. Ah, oh, fun times. Yep. Non-learning homework. Always manage to throw something in. My fear is that it's happening within the same frame, or maybe across frames, but certainly not 1,000 frames apart. 2.5-second delay is long enough. We should see it, even at quad speed. But then who's messing with my time? Who is setting my time to that value? I don't think it's me. But here we go. I'll take this for a little test drive. And go. So there's a short wait at the top. That's about a quarter second, sure. It's supposed to wait for 250 or 2.76. 2.76. The frame was 46, and I went to 52, which is like 4,000 frames. So is it actually waiting now? Did I add enough? Because this has been coming down with a word already in it. There, it came down with the word in it, which it shouldn't. It should not come down with the word already in it. No, somebody is lying to me. Everything went up, then everything came down, and this was already entered. Somebody is a lying jerk. So we just do this at real time. When the word comes down, and it better not be entered, it should type that first word. And then type. Yes. Okay, it comes down and the word wench is not in it. So, something about scaling time is broken. But what? So if we go backward, we just saw the word wench fall down with the blocks to fall down without wench, and then it was typed. If we, let's just run out towards the end. What if we scale time the other way? On a quarter speed, everything's fine. Or at half speed, rather. Oh, it's not. What was that? So we did type the word winch. That was that issue. We entered the word winch twice. If we go up to double speed, the word winch comes down with the blocks. It has it pre-entered before it ever falls. It literally came down with the word winch already typed. And winch was already typed before we ever started. Pause, pause. Here's that last wait. We said, we submit this guess, and it definitely succeeded. We select the next word, then wait. The frame count numbers look right. The numbers look right. The numbers look right. These numbers look right. But it's not waiting. It did not wait. Okay, possibility number one. Well, not number one. What about this theory? What if my recording itself is wrong because of other issues we had earlier? So let's clear this. Let's go create a new replay. Okay. Let's go out 5 or 6 words. C, K, no J. So it's stuck. Okay. Fill it up. Cheat. Fill it up again. P, therefore R, therefore not I, O, no D. G. Okay. Earth, fill. Cheat, submit. Fill it up. I'm going to fail on this one. Fails. And submit. We'll take our high score. Spiritual hesitancy. Watch the replay. If the previously recorded replay had an issue with it, I suppose that's possible. It's already done. No. Something is wrong with playback. But I don't know what. Okay. We were supposed to review a novel, but I asked my teacher if I could just review a history book, and she said yes, Lamau, nice. I do like teachers that had a little flexibility. In my high school English class, we were going to read To Kill a Mockingbird in English class. And I told the teacher, I've already read it 4 times. Can I read something else? And he's like, sure, just go to the library, read something else, and then write a paper on it. So that was always nice. It's a fine book, but good heavens. How many times do I have to watch it? Okay, this is puzzling me. I have to think about this. This whole chunk right here. I'll take a quick restroom break. And I'll return shortly. Just a minute. Okay, I'm back, but I'm confused as all heck. How can it claim to have 1.4 thousand frames between when it comes down with the word prime in it, already in the tiles before we hit submit? And then it fails because it's all out of whack. Because here's this weight. This is the last weight that just blew up. It says it weighted that many frames. If we run slow, it waits. If we run slow, it waits. Does that help me at all? It goes up, word comes down with nothing in it, and then it starts typing. See that? When these numbers look just fine. There's under 3,000 frames between. It's supposed to wait for almost 3 seconds, so that makes sense. About 3 seconds of real time has passed. About 3 seconds of scaled time has passed. 2.5-ish seconds, 2. Yeah. And then it updates and it resumes, and then it starts typing. So what is it about scaled time that's blowing me up? We go back. This word just comes down with the thing in it. Word's already in. As everything's falling. As the animation's running. But these numbers all look correct too. I know it's not, because it didn't actually wait. But it told me on the console that the time has passed. This should not start until everything has hit and is settled. Like these numbers look reasonable, 2.5 seconds. So we're on frame this. Our real-time, real clock is 126. And our scaled time is 148. The event happens here. Here's my replay time, which is, yeah, about 36.2. Yep. We're told to wait. Here's how long we have delayed so far. Here's how long we're waiting. That's fine. Then we get this frame, which should be half of this. 2, 2, 5 more than this in rough numbers. Well, 125. So 1025. Yeah, it's about that. Real time elapsed. It says that second and a half have passed in real time. Second and quarter. And this says 2.5 seconds have passed in scaled time. All these numbers are correct. So how is it coming down with the word already typed? When the only thing that matters gives down blank and then types. But if we speed it up at all, it comes down with the prime already typed in. Prime, lunch, toads. Yeah, it's already, they were already typed. It was halfway through typing lunch right here as it was falling. This, I don't, truly baffling. Journal. When you play at high speeds is a liar about waiting. The frame number, the real time, scaled time, and stopwatch. Your stopwatch elapsed time, delayed time, and weighted time all report out correctly on the console. However, if time is at all sped up, the words are being typed before the level has reset. So the current guess tiles descend with letters already typed in, which is wrong. How can all the math on the console be correct and the real on-screen waiting not be? And why only if faster than real time, slower than real time, and real time both work as expected? There we go. So confused. I don't get it. I just don't get it. It's kind of blowing my mind. Like, everything is. Okay, submit the guess. It goes up. It comes down with the word Earth already typed. Everything had not even landed by the time that landed. If we go quad, it's just going to fail because it's typing things as it's going up. Things were still going up when it did this. Prime lunch, toads, ultra demon chips, laced rhino stumps before it crashed. But it tells me this. But I just cannot believe these numbers at all. I'm confused. Math and weighting. Replay, not update. Two and a half seconds means it should, upon me hitting submit guess, wait for a minute, for a second and a quarter. From the time we type in that last word, savor, one Mississippi, is the up animation slow? I don't think so. Set, use, scale. There's none of that here. Animations by default. Let's see here. Get animation. Set. Actually, animation. Clear. Set use scaled time to true. Once I turn it off. Get sound. I'm not. I suppose it's possible that something. Hey, L-Thigh Kangaroo. How's it going? I have been fighting a bug in my replay for a while, and I am kind of losing my mind. So hopefully this just fixed it. Maybe. But it's in playing replays. If time is fast, it doesn't work transitioning between the levels. So this word, I'd expect it to go up with the word in it and come down blank. This one. Oh, now it worked. Okay, so I guess that was the problem. So we go to quad speed. So until now we've been getting lucky until today. Okay, so I think I fixed it. Reset, go. Right, everything seems to be working, so I think that fixed it actually. We were getting math that was telling us the frames were right and the time was right, which animation, that's a killer right there. So let's go to the journal. Answer, the scheduler wasn't when requesting an animation from the scheduler, it wasn't setting the animation to scaled time by default. Thus, some animation during level transition wasn't scaled properly, and the wait was finishing before the animation. Sometimes we would get lucky and the animation was correct. Hence the inconsistency of the bug showing up. Fixed by having animation not clear actually always set itself to scale time. Ugh. So let's test it once without debug replay enabled. Nice, guess I came in at the right time. Yeah, exactly. You came in and inspired me to find the solution. Perfect timing. Those are the best kinds of debuggers, the ones that you hand it to them and it just starts working all over. I get pretty lucky that way sometimes. People will bring me something like, oh, this isn't working, and then it just works. So no effort on my part. Always nice when you get to help out that way. Good heavens. Yeah, but what a waste of time. That one bug probably cost me an hour and a half. Sheesh. Oh, okay. But we're happy now. We're all happy here. We may not get around to the song update thing. The playlist? It can't be that hard, right? It doesn't even have to be that efficient. Okay, so let's run it. Just make sure it's not broken. Make sure our replay plays at full speed all the way through. So this should take what, 20, 25, 26, 27 seconds. It's kind of funny. When was it? A couple months ago, we actually ran that speed multiplier up to like 100x. It did not take long to get through a game that way. Okay. But now, going forwards and backwards by the word while running. All seems to be good, even at high speeds. Nothing's crashing on me. Ah, I think we're good. I think replays have been fixed. Oh. And nothing weird was printing out. Replay has finally been fixed. A time mismatch was caused by animations not clearing themselves to the default scaled time. Okay. Man. Okay, that was painful. That should not have been so painful. Okay. That's it. That's the end of the bugs. Perfect. Joining playlist. Hey, let's see here. Like, why wasn't it working before? That's actually been a bug in our to-do list for a while. And actually there's so let's talk about this. Tested replay. So we had this issue where this was failing sometimes. So one of our issues is when you build in C++, it does incremental builds. That means that each file, well, it's called a compilation unit. Basically your header file and your implementation file. It builds both of those together into an object. And at that point, it's measured all of the different sizes of objects and things, and it's figured out how big it is, right? But then if you build another file, and it relies on this one, it thinks the size is still this. So if I change the size of this file, and then I rebuild it, but I don't rebuild the one that depends on it, this will have the wrong size. So if I have an array of these things, this will have an array of the wrong size. So that'll blow things up or cause memory misalignments, and then things get weird. So part of that was this. So you just do a clean and a build, and that deletes all the object files, and then everything starts over fresh, and everything has the same sizes. Okay, so that's one issue. So I think that fixed this one. Just a clean and build fixed it. Then we were updating a variable wrong, so we fixed that one. And then this one is the problem. And basically the math for how long to wait, even at different speeds, was working out right. So the wait was right. But I could see that the animation was still happening when it continued on. So it took me a while to flip my perspective and say, oh, then the animation was running slower than I expected, not the wait was going faster than I expected. Because, you know, streamer brain, the obvious doesn't occur to you, so on and so forth. So it was actually like 3 or 4 different things, and that bug has been in my to-do list for weeks and weeks, so I didn't want to tackle it because I knew it would be something painful like this. I thought it'd be easier though. Like the hopeful part of me was like, this will only take me a couple hours. But I put it off because I knew it probably was going to be the optimistic version. Do you use default Emacs key bindings? Mostly, yes. My teacher will have to watch a video with horrible quality with 4:3 ratio. I could have made it. Revenge. The low res quality video. Nice. I did figure it out eventually, but it's embarrassing how long that took. Which is, I guess, one of the reasons I'm doing this, right? So that people aren't like, oh, well, everyone on YouTube and Twitch is a godlike programmer who never has a bug or finds it in minutes. But often a lot of part of like program development is spending 6, 8, 12 hours hammering your head on a single bug until you find it. Does your pinky ever hurt from the default key bindings? No, I do not, Master Lich. I rebind caps lock to control. Caps lock is a dead key. So for me, instead of reaching way back weird for the control key, it's just an across. Everything else actually fits pretty handily that way. So I do not get Emacs pinky. The key bindings are default, but my keyboard is remapped. It's actually a good survival technique. Rebind your caps lock to control for Emacs. That's cool. Uh-oh. Did my video stop? What's going on here? Okay, my OBS shows me still moving. My Twitch view looks like it's fine. It's fine. Okay, cool. That's cool. Yeah, unfortunately in Windows, like on a Mac or on Linux, it's usually just a simple user interface setting to remap your caps lock. But in Windows, of course, it's a regex edit, right? So that's not a regex, a register edit, which is stupid. The fact that it's in the registry for Windows and not just a configurable value makes me sad. But you know, Windows 2024 can't be bothered to make it a configurable value. Okay. So I have 15 minutes to join playlists. This should be fun. This has some possible ramifications, but I think we'll just dive in and try to do it in the next half hour. Because this is it. This is the last. Because tomorrow is compiler day. These things I'm going to do off stream. They're just words, you know, finding more words and quotes, putting them in a file. Not a big deal. Updating art. All of the mechanics are here. A little more art. Nothing big, right? All that's easy. Next week, I want to really focus on optimizations of the program size, which you can see, not Scratch, in Shell. Every time I run the program, it's telling me that my font data is a 1/4 megabyte, no big deal. My shaders are tiny, you know, 11K. But my audio and my images are 174 megabytes between them, 174.5 megabytes between the two of them. That's my executable size. And I think we can cut that down to 1/4 between those two. So next week we're going to do that. Also, the other reason to do that is because of the following. CD source, word count dash lines, star warehouse.cpp. My image warehouse is 2.3 million lines, and my sound warehouse is 4 million lines, right? So my compile times when I have to change these files is kind of big. If I can cut this into 1/4, so instead of 6.5 million lines, down to just 1 million lines of code between the two of them, that's going to make me happy. And I think I can shrink it more than that. I think I can get these down more than 1/4 of their size. So it'll shrink the size of my executable, improve my build times, all good stuff. What are you going to use to cut down the size? I have the same issue. Audio going crazy? Uh-oh. Let's see. Oh yeah, no, audio is crazy. It takes up a lot of space. We will talk about those techniques on next week. I want to start with image size reduction But the easier one for us is probably sound size reduction. Yeah, so for example, that 4 million lines of code, it all looks something like this. If we go to just the font warehouse, because that's a small one, and I embedded this as binary data, this is it. This is the raw binary for this file on my disk, right? I embed it into C as an array of bytes. I've in the sound file, there's 4 million lines of this crap. So we're gonna shrink that down. There's like 4 or 5 fonts, so it's not that big of a deal, but it does matter. Oh, show. Yeah, so next week, so I mean, the short answer is for audio, we're going to remove dual channel audio and make it single channel audio, because I think all of my audio is single channel anyway, like it's just mirrored channel. So we're going to do that. We're going to make it mono. And I think instead of a 16-bit PCM encoding, we're going to go for a mu-law encoding. And that should cut me down to a quarter exactly without needing to change much on my side. So that's one item. For the images, we're going to, right now we're storing it. Oh, bring it to mono. Yes. For image data, there's a file format called QOI. We're going to try that out. Right now I'm storing raw image pixel data. So for every pixel on the screen, I'm storing 4 bytes. And QOI is supposed to be almost as good at compression as PNG, but faster to encode and decode. So right now, my raw image files live on disk in PNG. Then my process loads up the PNG, gets all the pixel data, and I dump all pixel data straight in. So instead, we're going to embed it as QOI and hope that buys us about a quarter. But image data is not as big as the sound data, so I'm less worried about that one. I heard there's a compressed format that can be sent directly to the GPU. Have you heard of that? Yeah, I have, but my game isn't big enough to care to use it. My OpenGL is right now locked in at 3.3 with no extensions. Where is it? Yeah, I'm hard locking myself to OpenGL 3.3, so I don't even know if that format would be supported in that at that. I haven't even looked into it. I'm just doing everything boneheaded stupid, and you know, I'm still getting even in debug mode. Oh, let's see here. Source builds debug. Probably still getting 1,000 frames per second. So if we're in full mode, yeah, 16, 15, and this is debug mode. We can have all the different things running, and we're still 1,000 frames per second. You know, millisecond per frame. Whee! So I'm not too worried about the efficiency with which I pass my visual data to the GPU. But yes, that might be a cool idea to explore in the future when I do larger scale projects. 100%. For now, not needed. Okay, so we are playlist. Let's go look at playlist. The playlist has a bunch of entries, assets, and it stores it as an array of entries with count, capacity, and what's our current entry. Okay. So here's the deal. We're gonna do this. Let's see, join, steal, borrow, copy, append, another playlist. I think that's it. Oh yeah, gotcha. Yep. No, there are some cool things you can do with OpenGL. Like I know I would have spent 2, 3, 6 months just playing with OpenGL features if I'd let myself use modern OpenGL. I mean, more modern than 3.3. Even with 3.3, I haven't really explored it as much as I should. That's going to be a project we're going to have to do, is do some deep diving into OpenGL. Right now it's usable. We got it down. But we can do better. I got to ship a project first. All about priorities and scope. It can be hard to manage, especially if you're having fun, which I am. Shuffle. Append. Okay. We have these values. And we can do this a couple ways. We can resize our entries if we want to. Other dot length plus entry count. If length is greater than m_entry capacity, we'll have to do some magic here. Or we can just require that you have room before you start. Now we'll do it here. Entry star temp entries equals new entry size of len. Then we're going to copy the current thing. Index equals 0, index less than _entry count plus index. We're going to say temp entries at index equals, and I'm pretty sure an entry has a copy constructor. Entry, copy constructor, and an assignment operator. Perfect. Equals m_entries subindex. So we're just doing a copy. We could maybe do like a mem copy if we want, but it doesn't matter that much. We will delete our entries, and then m_entries equals our temp entries. By the time we get outside of this if statement, entry capacity equals len. Entry capacity is this. Equals 0, whatever. Okay, now we have room no matter what. For int index equals m_entry count, index less than, let's see here, 0, index less than other.len plus index _entries at _entry count plus this index equals other _entries at index _entry count equals len. I think that's about it. If m_ entries not equal to null. So by default, we start off with null. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. I think that's that for that. Okay. Music player. Use or copy a playlist. Void set playlists. Sound warehouse assets. So this is from the music library. Music library. Init cleanup get playlist. Int count. ... Music player. Copy playlist. Music player. Okay. We want to walk through the whole array of things twice. Ooh, pardon me. Okay. C standard arg. VA list args1 VA start after count args1 VA copy into args2 the contents of args1 VA end args1. We will also need to eventually end args2. Int entry count equals 0. Entry count plus equals. We're going to get VArgs C CPP reference. Here we are. VArg args1 as a playlist star play star. Point two. Yeah. Okay. Then we say use playlist. Use playlist. I guess we just do this, but slightly different. So we counted how many songs we have. We're going to insist on entry count being greater than 0. Blah, blah. We set our playlist equal to new playlist. With entry count. We do not shuffle until after everything else. We do own this one. Then for each one, m_playlist append this thing for args2. Typo, I'll fix that up there. This may not work. Let's see here. va_arg is a templated thing. So take whatever and return whatever. Okay. So I think that might work. Maybe. Okay, so here's what we're doing. We're saying, read off a whole bunch of playlists. We're going to go through once and count how many entries we need. We're going to delete the old playlist if we need to. We're going to assure that we have something. We're going to initialize some things. We're going to set our new playlist, which means we own it. Then we're going to go through and append each of the playlists passed in. To ourselves, and then shuffle. That's basically it. Log note. That's not quite correct either. We want to fix up the pen a little bit. Music player, but I don't know if I have time tonight. Not music player, playlist. TODO, check for duplicate entries. That's a loose end we can pick up somewhere, sometime. Put in our two notes. Playlist.append. Check for duplicates. Okay. Here's the note. Music player.set playlists modulus d songs, which is playlist length. And I cannot type length apparently. Modulus d imports input song, so entry count. So we may oversize a little bit, and I'm fine with that. Then put a main menu, I guess. We can test it there. Okay. We're gonna say set playlists to music library. We need golf and sprint. So in theory, we can join together any set of playlists we want, and it will clean up itself correctly. Music player, when it's destroyed, if it's owned and not null, so it'll clean itself up. All right, let's try this out. If that works and we're done, that would be a Christmas miracle, but it is the season. Tis the season. Oh, shoot. We have bugs. Oh, yeah, that's just dumb. Okay, VA start, args, then the, got these backwards, okay. VA copy, list destination, then source, yep. Okay, we're close, we're close. That's fine, and in fact, this one can also be a const. We guarantee we're not playing with this thing, we're just copying. Okay. We will change this. Since we're working with pointers anyways, I don't mind. And there we go. Now it will build. And we can test. And hopefully my menu starts playing music. Two to something songs. We did not do that, correct? Music player. Oh. Modulus D to Modulus D songs. So the entry count was the number in, and the number of length should be equal to or less than. We could even assert that. Assert entry count greater than or equal to underscore playlist. Okay. One more quick compile. So she never end up with more songs than we put in. When we start checking for duplicates, so that would be a good time to. Okay. So it went to Cerebral 5 and then crashed. Why is that? So I don't feel like it's shuffling. Oh, it did shuffle. Two. Maybe shuffle doesn't do anything if there's only two songs. Fade out, then crash. Not sure why. Let's see here. Use eShell even for using Git. Yep. I just use Git through here. Just like that. Command line Git. Again, I'm just too many times terminaling into lots of different machines. It's just everything's different. I do have on my to-do list to crank through a bunch of Emacs updates, teach myself some new tricks that I've got, clean up my .emacs file eventually. I tried to get Maggot running the way I want, but at the time I was running through so many virtual machines and through Tramp and like multiple layers of hops. And it just wasn't really working. So the easiest thing for me to do was SSH all the way in, and then run a shell in Emacs in that internal environment. So I wasn't through Tramp at all. And then, you know, at that point, it's like, well, it did not behave the same way at all. And those machines were pretty locked down, so. But yes, I would like to get Maggot running. I would like to get GDebugger running inside of my Emacs again. I had it once, or more than once, but lately I just haven't taken the time to fight through the setup. So we're close. How close are we? GDB args. Let's just see where it's crashing. Maybe I just need to do a clean and debug build from scratch. Shuffle to 0 memory, backtrace, playlist 32. Entries null, entries null, entries equals a new thing. Okay, well that actually is a problem. Entry count. Okay. Copy, copy, copy. Then in the delete, so I think do another tidy debug build. Thank you for the Emacs advice. Well, I'm not, yeah, I haven't updated the way I work with Emacs in a long time. In fact, over the years, I've gotten more and more pared back and simplified because of the different systems I've been on, right? So when I first started off my career outside of college, like I was on the same machine for years and years. I had all my Emacs set up. I had GDebugger working. I had Maggot. I had all kinds of things. And then I had to keep switching environments, and you know that little piece would break, and that little piece would break, and my .emacs file is just full of things that I've commented out because it didn't work in that environment, and I didn't have time to fiddle with it. And some of them are outdated now and you know defunct anyways, so I'm afraid my Emacs usage has just gotten simpler and simpler, which makes me a little sad because there are so many things that I should be doing with it because it is really good at. I like the way Maggot looks and works and simplifies the workflow for Git, but yeah, I've just been in environments where it just wouldn't work. All right, we'll try this again. But we are going to go through, once I'm done with this project and ship it, we'll go through a, whoa, entry count less than entry capacity. On line 42, add entry. Oh, entry count is 0. Okay. Oops. That would fail the entry because these entries are all default, no good, useless entries. Okay. All I want is for this to work and not crash. Actually, we can fake more entries. We can fake another golf entry, another sprint entry. Let's try that. Okay, let's see if this playlist joining operation works. Since we're not checking for duplicates, this should give us some reasonable behaviors. I don't think shuffle actually shuffles if there's 2 items. Okay. I don't like this. Oh. Actually, that's the thing we should have done. Okay. Settings. Looks like it crashed. Zero memory. Playlist 32. If entries is not equal to null, delete the entries. Oh. Hmm. Copy. Add entry. Current song. Or. Nah. Hmm. Not sure why this is dying. Music player. Line 18. If the playlist is owned and the playlist is not null, delete it. Fine. One. We're not really working in that environment anymore where I have to SSH across multiple layers of different securities and into secured environments where I can't install what I want. So there's no reason for me to keep working like that. And we will remedy that eventually. Okay, down to the doodads. If this doesn't work, we're probably going to call it there, and we'll just pick this up on Monday, because Friday is compiler day. Oh, compiler day. Last Friday was a little rough. Found a bug that I don't want to really tackle very hard. But we'll probably have to Okay. The shuffle did things. We went from 4 songs to 4 songs. And it dies. Why is it dying? Backtrace, print out m underscore entries. Why not? This is inside of playlist. Playlist 32. M underscore entries. Oh, let's see here. We need to go up 6 layers. Up 6. No. Up 1 more. No, up 6, right? Up 1 more. Up 1 more. There it is. There's our print entries. There we go. Entry count. Entry capacity. So at this point, we're calling free on this memory. Print m underscore entry count entries of 0. It's an asset. Oh, it has asset error and a title of null. Okay. Okay. Hmm. 1 is fine. 2 is fine. 3 is fine. But not 0. That shouldn't matter too much. The title is the same across both entries? Do I not copy that? Like, oh, interesting. That might be my problem. It's the playlist entry. Entry set. It is null. Entry. Title is null. Title is null. Contents of this equals other, so that's just a copy constructor. If this is null, we do that. Set title. We get the length of the title. So if we have a title, we delete it and set it to null. If title, oh, it's equal to null. Good heavens. Reverse logic. So that's probably my problem right there. If our title is null, we make a new one, copy, and we are done. Come on. Shell quit file. Yeah, just code paths. We haven't exercised that much. Hopefully that was it. That's a pretty simple fix. Maybe. All right, run it. And take all. Bugger all. Entry set Sterlin Up one. This asset 5 title 0. During entry assignment. Playlist 60. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to finish this up on Monday. Shoot. Okay. Better. Surely. Music library. Add entry. Playlist. Add entry. Set. Playlist. HPP set. If I have something, delete it. Then copy. Length of title, temporary string, do the copy into temp from title, then that. Okay. When we assign, we call set other asset, other title, return this thing. Set title. And because of entry equal, because of playlist append, entry equals this and other. So playlist 68. That doesn't make any sense. Well, playlist.hpp. 68. Operator equals. Which is the call from this. Pardon me. If title is not equal to null, just can't let this go, can I? Compile. I really want this to just work. I was so close. Okay, it's playing things. And then it's back to this nonsense. Up 7, 8. In the destruction of the music player, delete the playlist. So we go down 1, brings us into the destructor of the playlist. Print out underscore entries. Sub-0. So that one's been deleted. It did not get as far as this one. 2, 3. So now these titles don't have the same address at all. Good. This one is error and null. This, okay. Pull up, clean, and debug. Full clean. There's no reason, I think, that that should be failing. Take a few minutes. Unfortunately, as far as I can see, okay, let's look at append actually. Is append doing something I don't like? So if we're at 0, actually, we can just do add entry. Maybe that's a better way to do it. That's been working so far. We add entry and that works fine. Man. It plays music, gives me the name, playing the right asset file, but it won't destruct properly. Sometimes just a full clean and build. Ah. Sound warehouse always takes forever. We have got to shrink that size down. That's next week's project. Next week we're doing that for sure. This joining playlist should have been dead simple. Dead simple. Must be end of the week. Streamer brain striking hard. Oh. They're gonna beat it though. Although maybe that'll be Monday. One must not overdo it. Dylan said it is trying to delete it. It is doing that correctly. We allocated everything it needed. Had enough space, otherwise it would have thrown on the assert. Not thrown, but crashed on the assert. Because we assert when we... Or maybe we just need to put a break statement in the append. Not sure. Actually, I don't want to do this. Yeah, that just crashed. Sheesh. Just a quick build, because now we're getting an entry, and then we're adding the entry. So I should keep track of the sizes and counts for me better. Playing rhythm 200. Now playing 1. Swaps. Is this my problem? What happens? Music player. Set playlist, blah, blah, blah. Copy playlist, update. Start next. append. What if that first song is null and empty? Let me say play next or advance. It skips over ones that say error. So question then. Okay, all right. What about this? Shuffle. Hope we don't shuffle it first. Oh, not that one. In set playlists. Shuffle's been working though. Playlist append. Okay, well. All right, journal. Join playlists is mostly working. Some bug still remains. Then in our to-do list, bug first entry is error and crashes when destructor. We'll fix that on Monday. Okay. It's mostly there. Playlist joining is mostly there. A bug remains. Wow. To be squashed. We'll come back around to that on Monday. Okay. That's probably the end of it for today. Thanks for joining, everybody. You have a wonderful evening. We'll see you tomorrow for compilers, where we're going to fix our NFA to DFA compiler, converter, whatever we called it. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Else, I congaroo. Good night to you as well. Bye.